I was just looking at my Twitch settings, and there's a thing up on the screen that's like, "Hey, would you like to turn on enhanced broadcasting so that you can stream in 2K?" And I'm like, "Why?" Where's the button that lets me stream in 240i? Anyway. In fairness, I would look weird in 240i and you wouldn't be able to read any of this text, so there's benefits to it. I flew around. I flew around last night. Grinded for money a little bit, and more importantly, I bought Exit and Warp. I know Exit takes you out of dungeons. I think Warp takes you back to towns. Exit the dungeon. Warp up one level in a dungeon. Oh, you know what I didn't do is fix the overscan. Nope, still bad. And now it's on the bottom. Alright, that looks better. I'm gonna pick a fight to make sure I'm not cutting text off, though. Nah, this looks solid. The bottom of the box is a little bit cut off. That's probably good. So that's really confusing because you can't get either exit or warp until the class change. So by the time you can actually use exit, warp no longer has any use. But I bought it anyway. I didn't expect to really find anything here, but am I gonna find something here? Ah, okay. We're coming back here later. It's like, sometimes you gotta buy a collectible. It's like going to a game store and buying a game, but then also buying its demo at the same time. And it's like, first of all, why do we even pay for a demo? That seems important. I see. Can't have you landing right next to it. Walk to it, you shit! Ow! Wait, how are these not dead? Okay. Thanks. Big 2 gold there. What? This could get bad. It's time to use cake. Wow, it worked! It worked so good! That rules! It hasn't been useful for anything yet, so I'm just gonna keep playing the loot and see if something happens. Shit. Yeah, you know what? Like... sometimes I forget that this party isn't everyone's party. So actually, the idea of, like, both mages have a form of exit spell, but the white mages is better, it does make a ton of sense. And I'm not mad at that. Also, this is important as well. Nah, Red Wizard can totally learn exit. It would actually have made a ton of sense if the Red Mage could learn Warp, but not exit. It's the best way to get them to do damage. I don't know what to tell you. Oh, this is a town that I would like to be able to go to. We must find the one place on this map where we can... It's there. Actually, the only reason I had the only reason I had that gauntlet on the white mage in the first place is because eventually I was gonna have Beef equip it, but he couldn't equip it until the class change. So I could have... Oh, this is dangerous. Oh, that needs to get out quick. Alternatively, it can get out not at all. Good job. Yeah, you can go anywhere, but I might have been able to land right there next to the... I might have been able to land right there next to the town, but too late now. Yeah, I was gonna put the Zeus gauntlet on Beef because it's actually better equipment for him. But now I'm hesitant to take it off because I'm gonna have him attack. I'm not gonna have him use the Thunder Gauntlet. Ooh, that's good. That's good cash money. Hello? Oh, right. The flavor text in this game is wild. Lupa Lupa. Everyone Lupa Lupa? Okay. There's not even different permutations of Lupa Lupa. I'm expecting to find one of them that's like, welcome to this town. Yes, I speak your language. Damn, there wasn't even like a... There wasn't even like shops in that town. Oh, come on. Okay, so I think it's more fun that we have spent the last several hours making the black mage into a heal machine. Please, 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 please. Okay. If they hit us with frost, we'll be okay. Which, it doesn't seem like they are... There it is. I got hit with one of those earlier in the game, and it was life-changing. Hey, at least we washed our face in the fountain that is probably has... It probably has some sort of, like, cultural significance. Being in the middle of the square and everything, and we were just like, hey, let's wash the blood off. We don't understand the language, but they're whispering to each other like, my god, those waters have run pristine for thousands of years. Now they're tainted with blood. Oh. Oh, I guess we got priority. This is like the first... This is the first river I've found. Or lake, or whatever. In which there are different enemies. Yeah, they don't seem like they would get along. I also somewhat feel like regular gators and frost gators should maybe not be inhabiting the same habitat. Anyway, I'm here now because I need to... Nope. That's fine. I don't know why there would even be an inn in a town that is completely surrounded by impassable mountains. Can you make a business out of, like, receiving visitors at a place that is impossible to access? Ooh, this looks like a thing. No. Where's our one spot? Yeah, okay, so... the rule is... the airship lets you move around freely, but for any place that you actually need to go, there will be no place for you to land it without having to walk an entire continent's distance. I shall investigate the desert. It's not very effective. Boy, I'm glad he's hitting beef up in front, because if he's doing like 80 or 90 damage to him... I knew it! Sort of. Oh. I didn't know what I was gonna find there, I just knew that I was gonna find something. It's time for the Graypeed! You can tell it's a Graypeed because it's colored green. Okay. I'm a little scared of this, so I'm gonna throw in some... real shit this time. Overreacted. But we'd rather overreact than underreact. Damn, that was good too. Alright, so we need 50. We got 41. We'll grind for money a little bit. I did a little bit of that off stream as well. Obviously not that much. He keeps using ruse, and then it says easy to dodge, and then I hit him 6 times in a row. And he dies instantly. Like, I honestly am starting to think that the Wizard Ogre is, like, low-key kind of the shittiest enemy in this game. Yeah, I was gonna say. It's almost as if the Barbarian Mage build isn't actually a good call. I'm gonna take my chances here on that one wolf not using frost. And it didn't. $2,100's a good chunk. 2 more of those will do it. Wait. No. Why did we run into frost enemies in the desert? Fun fact, though, you wouldn't think it, but many tundras are in fact deserts. Because deserts are technically, what's the word I'm looking for? Not determined, but defined. Deserts are defined by the amount of precipitation that falls in them. And tundras generally get very, very little precipitation. Like, rain doesn't generally fall in them, and frankly, they very rarely get, fresh snowfall. It's just cold and dry. So they're not really thought of as deserts, but technically they are. This should be good money. Is this good money? It's decent money. It's just barely enough. Give me this mysteriously expensive bottle. I do not remember this part of this game at all. Which should come as no surprise. I really don't remember very much leading up to or after the class change anyway. I'm gonna show up to town with not enough money to stay at the inn. Because this is gonna give me, I think, 1. Yep. I'm gonna pick one more fight just in case. Yeah, that should do. I don't especially remember someone mentioning an oasis, but I do remember someone mentioning that they bottled a ferry and sold it to a caravan. That's just barely enough. Okay, where are we? I believe we want to go over here. I'm right. Look at me reading the map. The Sky Warriors? Oh, do we have to Kefka this shit? Yeah, no, we got it. Damn, I didn't even see... Oh! Oh! I didn't even know level 8 shit was here. Okay. Wall protects all characters against all magic. Life 2 isn't here. Fade damages all enemies for 80 to 320. It's not bad. And of course, Exver removes one enemy's special defenses, except it doesn't work. Okay, so there's one really good level 8 black magic spell, and it's not here. This town is oddly constructed. Nothing here. Until now. That pirate trap me in the bottle. I will draw oxy ale from the bottom of the spring for you. Oh! Oh, we going underwater? I get the feeling that I technically could have used that bottle anywhere. Because it's like, it was like pop, the fairy flew out of the bottle and is now gone. Alright, honor system, you're not gonna catch it again, right? Hardy har, you're too late! I bought that bottle and perpetuated your illegal slave trade. Hey Nova, we're having a chill time, so kick back and relax and fall asleep if you need to. I talked to a guy who bottled a fairy and sold it to a caravan, and I was like, that doesn't seem right. I'm gonna solve this problem by throwing a lot of money at it, thereby ensuring that everyone involved in this sale makes out like bandits. I think I have an idea where to go. That waterfall seems suspect. It also seems potentially important now that I have a way to breathe underwater. Yeah, through a lot of the early part of this game, I did have some, like, latent memory of, like, oh yeah, you go here and you take this to this. But since about the, I would say, 1/3 point of the game, I've mostly been kind of just feeling my way through and flying blind. And that's honestly really impressive to me, because I haven't really gotten stuck for any significant amount of time. I have had a couple of, like, where do I goes? But I've been able to get through most of that just by, like, exploring points of interest on the map that draw my attention. And that I am able to get to. My legs are beautiful. It's so nice to have legs. I mean, they look, yeah, I mean, they look nice. I'm not sure how you're standing like that, actually. Underhill, the caravan master, it's something very strange. Yeah, we're past that. Yes. This is good. We're in the right place. Oh, that's why she's like, oh man, legs are so sick. Damn, this game came out 2 years before The Little Mermaid. Well, the Disney adaptation, not the original story, obviously, but... They just randomly be throwing a pirate in every town for some reason. Are all 8 of these tombs? All 8 of them are tombs. Are these the remaining level 8 magics? There's really nothing else they can be. I guess aside from the remaining level 7 magics. Which I forgot was a thing. Oh, I'm not even looking at the guide, and I can just tell that neither of these are gonna work. Saber is meant to improve one character's damage and hit rate. Spell is bugged and doesn't work. You got legs! My father runs the caravan. He is having a closeout sale! Oh, that's weird. I don't like that at all. They will say that when the shrine sank, many treasures were lost. Also, they tell of a cryptic stone plate. Oh. Wait, so we legit do just have to find him a Rosetta Stone? I was thinking that. It's like, oh, we can't understand anyone here. I guess we gotta find the Rosetta Stone. Sup? Oh, yeah, we have, actually. Thanks for noticing. Ow. Ow. Eh. Ow. Yeah, at any point I could put the Zeus gauntlet onto Beef. But it's literally more useful as a source of like passive free damage than it is as armor. I mean, there's nothing for this but to read it as Nacho, right? Thanks, Nova! I think we're about to head into the underwater dungeon, so I think that further bullshit is guaranteed. Who the fuck is this? That's what the Black Wizard looks like on the map? That... Ugh. Dude looked like General Leo. Yeah, throw Harm 2 out there. Should have expected this. Ah, perfect. Good. I kind of find most of the promoted sprites to be kind of an aesthetic downgrade. Honestly, I don't like them very much at all. They do what they're supposed to do. They look bigger and older and stronger. I think part of the problem is that the Black Mage sprite is so iconic that they bring it back in future games. Like, there's a whole character in 9. It just doesn't look like Vivi anymore. There's a whole character in 9 and, in fact, an entire plot point around, like, centered around the look of this character. So I think part of the issue is that they have essentially traded in an iconic design for a generic one. I do think that it does what it's supposed to do, for the most part. Lightning 2, but twice. Could I get a turn? It really does. Like, I saw it, like... I actually, like... I thought it was the master, the promoted black belt before the mage. This makes me realize we should actually look at all of them. This has absolutely no connection to the sprite that you see in battle. These are made by different people with different specs. But it does at least look like a big muscle man in a big muscle tee. So that at least works somewhat. Yeah, no, that's giving Sage. That's fine. No, actually, what are we doing with the shoulder pads, though? That shit's not real. These sprites were absolutely made by different people at different times with different pieces of information. I just used a hammer. Nothing happens. It straight up does look like General Leo from 6. Like, it looks like just some military man for no reason. You could show me that design as a, you could show me that design as like an NPC in a future game, and I would not blink at it. I'd be like, yep, we're in a military base, and that's an NPC. Oh. Oh, No, 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 no. Oh, no, we're not dealing with them having fast. Absolutely not. It didn't matter? Maybe one of them missed. Well, that scared the shit out of me for nothing. Man, that one that ran away looks really smart now. Yeah, I mean, okay. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I think you're right, though, Tarnin. I think the, I do think that the Black Wizard sprite is the most pronounced aesthetic downgrade. I don't particularly like any of the new sprites. Yeah, that makes sense. Ooh. Oh, that seems good. Oh, that seems real good. Why wouldn't that be good? Cubes are important? I thought orbs were important. Oh, son of a bitch. It's only usable by the Black Wizard, and I already bought the cat claw for him. But does it cast anything? It must, right? It does! It casts Confuse. What? Is that a thing? Okay, yeah, that's cool. I like that. But... What? That doesn't make any sense. Why is defense such a good offensive sword? Ah, yes. Ruse is the, Ruse is the spell that the wizard ogres keep casting on themselves right before I beat them to death. try it. Seems fun. Alright, it didn't work on you, and it didn't work on you. Okay. So I see it's Pokemon confusion. There's only a chance that they hurt themselves. Okay, let's get out of here. I'm glad that we have soft. No, it's none of those things. I would just like to save a little bit of time. So the wizard staff... First of all, there are 3 different classes in this game referred to as wizards. The wizard staff can be equipped by exactly one of them. I already have a problem with that. Of course you would do poison. Where do we end up for money? Close to it. Actually, I think we have enough for a spell, but I don't remember if there were any spells here that I wanted to buy. Do I want heal 3? It seems like I would, but... Yeah, level 7 is kind of useless. Like, neither of these are gonna do anything. I remember talking to a Dr. Une. I do not remember where he was. It feels like a very early town. Okay, yeah. Is there not a weapon and armor shop here? Wouldn't surprise me that much if there wasn't. Oh, okay, I see. I see the path down at the bottom. Oh, that seems kind of important. Wait, so the waterfall wasn't actually what we needed the Oxyale for? My name is Cope. It's funny in 2026. So north near the waterfall, believe me, I think it was a robot? Is that what gave me the cube? And also, get the fuck out of the way. Okay, that was worth it. Oh. Oh, I thought... I thought wrong. Oh, shit. Okay, hold on. So actually, there's a couple things wrong with this. One, I don't think we saved. Second, get off the second line. There are oh, there's the inn. There are technically equipment upgrades that I could go for the mages in particular. The gold rings are expensive, but they would be really nice. But they're not in this town. And I kinda have a hunch that I'll probably find better shit for them as we go. Actually, just, like, drop this. It's gonna sell for like $5. I thought we were gonna, like, actually drive the submarine around, but I guess that you don't get to do that until 3? You ever just gotta fight water? Oh, shit. We gonna talk about why the water fiend enemies are using lightning spells or nah? We don't have to. You know, the whole impetus of Punch Girl as a character is that she is supposed to just brute force overpower everything in her vicinity to the point where it makes all of the, like, mythos and lore and all the mysticism of everything around her kind of, like, pointless. And it all started for me not wanting to engage with the story of Skyrim. And this manifests frequently in a situation where she becomes ridiculously overpowered to the point where, like, people are talking about needing to do this whole you have to obtain the mythical item to stop this great power, and she's like, I'ma hit it real hard. And the reason I bring this up now is because this character in my party is actually kind of starting to do that for real, even compared to the other people in the party. The mages are basically useless at this point. I've relegated them to using equipment items to get small heals and negligible damage. Hi, Coder. The final endgame boss of this, I shouldn't say endgame, because that I'm actually not as sure about. But the plot setup as it is right now is, essentially we are restoring the elements. The world is governed by elemental orbs. The orbs have all lost their power and they've gone out of whack. So, like, the earth, water, air, and fire elements have kind of gotten out of control, and we are restoring them. My understanding, actually, is not that we are collecting the orbs, but rather that we already have the orbs, but the orbs are kind of dead, and we are bringing them back to life. The same plot in all the Final Fantasies. No. Not even a little bit. They are all totally thematically different from each other. You will see some common threads between them. Like, many of them have something to do with orbs or crystals in some way, but to varying degrees and for varying reasons. If anything, I would say this one is This one is definitely a more bog standard, like, fantasy story. It's very much just like, you must travel the land and restore the ancient powers. With not all that much going on outside of that. And as you go on, there are much more specifically directed stories that's fucked up. As a general rule, I would say that most Final Fantasy stories especially later on, become much more character driven than like overall quest driven. You can see some similarities in, like, theming. For example, like, this is ostensibly about, like, restoring the elements to the earth. And recovering, you know... recovering and, like, and protecting natural power. And 7 is, at least at the start, about being part of, like, an environmental terrorist group. Because there's a corporation that is basically, like, mining the earth to death. And you figure that out, and you're like, oh, we have to blow up the data centers. Like, this shit has to stop. Yes, but do you cast anything? Harm 2! That could potentially kick a lot of ass. I'm gonna heal up a little bit, if I can. Damn. I went the wrong way. Yeah. Six is about loss. It sounds like a meme, but 6 is like straight up legitimately about loss. Loss of loved ones, loss of you know, a sense of self, loss of purpose. Every single character in that game, that's good. Every single character in that game goes through some sort of, or has gone through some sort of like emotional turmoil at some point. Yeah. And you get to see every one of those characters find a way to cope with and grow from whatever it is that they've experienced. Yeah. It's kind of easy to reach in and pull out the themes of most of these games. And I also got to 8 and I was like, that one is... I don't know, they do kind of bill it as like a love story, and there is that. That honestly worked out much better than I thought it was going to. There's so many people that speak so highly of 9, and I think that it probably is really good, but it also didn't click with me. I feel almost kind of bad admitting it, though. Ten is pretty clearly about breaking out of a toxic cycle of, like, tradition. Why did I bother? I mean, the whole nature of 10 is like... yes, everything sucks, but this is the way we've always done this, so we have to perpetuate it. And you are essentially playing as the people who hit the point of, like, hey, what if we find another way rather than just perpetuating the cycle for another generation of shit that sucks? Is this not where I started? I'm very lost and turned around right now. 11 is about being an MMO. I like 10 because they fight the church. Okay, yeah, no, this is not where I started from. This is looking good. This is an opal bracelet, equipable by anyone. Yeah. Yeah. It looks like a ring, so that's fine. What a bizarre thing to say to someone. If we cannot regain the power of water, we will become bubbles that disappear. Is that what happens to dead mermaids? Sounds traumatic. My friend Daryl went to the land, then never returned. I've often wondered what happened. Maybe she grew legs and walked away. I didn't have Daryl... Oh yeah, I guess that is impressive, isn't it? I didn't have Daryl pegged as a man's name, but that's... You know what? I shouldn't have assumed. Or a woman's name. You know what I meant. Save the sea and make the aura shine again. Suppose you are the legendary. This is the Shine's top floor. The Fiend of Water. Of course, I was just thinking that I couldn't remember what the name of the Water Fiend was, and now I feel really stupid. This is Shine's top floor. The Fiend of Water Kraken lives on the bottom floor. Fuck! Then what am I doing here? Unlock the Mirage Tower. The left finish leads to Musical Town. I totally played the loot in front of it. Of course not. It's probably pretty good. Guess we can drop the silver ring. Bracelet. Super worth it. Ridiculously worth it. Best shield in the game. Well, equivalent to another one that might be just as good or better. There is an Aegis shield, which seems like it might have some special effects to it, but numbers-wise, it's the same. As long as the Fiend of Water lives, we oh boohoo. It's how it reads. I think I got this already. Nice. Like, why are you like this? There's gotta be a way to get to that one at the top right. But it might involve... Well, I was gonna say it might involve falling from an upper floor. But then I remember that they specifically said this is the top floor. there's a little path over here. It's not a little path. It loops? That's goofy. Oh, and that's actually incredibly important. Great. Really excited to throw these things away that I absolutely could sell for a lot of money. It is worth it, though! Wait. Oh. So the guide that I'm reading, which mind you is from 2003, talks a little bit about the Opal Gauntlet and then starts waxing poetic about the Infinity Gauntlet and starts talking about Thanos. And I think that's actually cool because they had to have gotten that from the, reading the comics. Because the movies didn't exist at this point. So, big nerd cred. That being said, the Opal Gauntlet basically does the same thing as the Pro Ring, but worse. So... I don't know if it's worth keeping that, actually. I'm going to, though, and I'm gonna drop the flame armor. Because I don't think I'm gonna have any use for that the rest of the game. It's good. Probably the biggest upgrade, actually, because I'm still running around with a silver helmet. I guess I don't need to drop the silver helmet, but I will happily do it. Alright, that was cool and good and lucrative. There's one thing I'm really not sure about with all of this, and that's like... Oh, that's not a bad idea, yeah. Since that is available to me now. Oh, yeah, and the dungeon is connected to the town, so... It's really easy to save and dive back in. Sick. If I wanted to traverse around on the world map a little bit, I could also go look for a place to sell stuff, but... Honestly, I'll just keep dropping things if I need to. Get out of the way. 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 I think because we don't have any way to, like, actually... Because we don't have any way to, like, actually drive it around, I wonder if it's, like... It feels like it might be the type of submarine where it's just, like, on a cable. It's basically just like a water elevator. Okay, so that was an upward staircase, if I'm not completely mistaken. So that feels wrong for what we want to do at this time. Is there any rhyme or reason as to why I get attacked for 55 damage and then again for 1 by the same enemy doing the same attack? Do we have any reasonable justification for this at all? Yeah, and I feel like I've been through all this already, so... Not a sea snake! Oh, these things do, like, hard poison. The sea snakes are always the most poisonous snakes. Glad we didn't have to find out. That is a downward staircase. Excellent. I don't know why lobster is really funny to me. Perhaps it's because I don't think of them as creatures so much as food? Or maybe it's because they're purple. Damn it. Damn it. Not the sea troll! Okay, bye, sea troll. At least I'm making a lot of money. Okay, so with the new sprite and the eyebrows, the white mage having a status effect just looks really pissed off. Like, she looks like she can't fucking believe she has to deal with this shit right now. Are you fucking serious? God damn it. That's the energy I'm getting. There's not that's not even a real room? Yeah, it does. It looks like I am being judged personally. It's very mean of them to add that big box of a room that looks like a room, but then not put a door on it. Time to find out how bad the poison is. Maybe not that bad? I am admittedly somewhat pleased with how frequently Vivi and the heal staff get to go first. Okay. Hang on, we got a thing for this. We'll try it. Wasn't enough to take any of them out. I think I'd... rather have the regen continue. It is. It's free regen. I mean, that is essentially how we're using it. And it's gotten us to the point where we have gotten this far and have not had to use any spells. Which is not what one might call sustainable. But where are we going? Okay. Yeah, I'm feeling that Punch Girl here is gonna need a little more than regen. Actually, what was your plan? And why wasn't it better? Okay. So this one will be 5 digits then. No. Fuck. I feel okay about that. I don't love that, but... Please cast Pure before the end of the battle so I don't have... Yeah, thank you. So that way I don't have to go in and change my party orientation after the fight. You could tell me that that's not scripted, but I won't believe you. Yeah, we're probably selling that wizard staff. Just not feeling that being consistently useful. I would like for it to be, but... unlikely at best. Yeah, but the other thing about running into big groups is that I have big-ass nuke spells to take care of that. Case in point. Oh no, look at all of the enemies. I guess we'll finally use a cast of Fire 3? That damage is getting silly. Right, of course. Well, I had a... Yeah, the silver helmet is an obvious candidate for dropping. Gonna have to check into that. Power, you say? Power Gauntlet. It's worse than the Pro Ring and the Opal Gauntlet. And it casts Saber, which doesn't... Saber causes the user's weapon to increase 40% in hit percentage and 15% in damage. Except that it doesn't work. Neat. You know, the treasure in here has actually been, like, predominantly very, very good, so I can't complain about getting, like, 1 or 2 stinkers. Oh, hey, you're back. I had a hunch that one of the red Sahags wasn't gonna go down. I didn't guess correctly which one it would be. I guess the one in the middle. But maybe that means extra heal? Extra heal! I have a strong suspicion that I'm gonna click on that chest and it's gonna say that it's empty because I grabbed what was in it right before that battle and then forgot because I have basically no, like, short-term memory. Nope. I'm not going to use that, but it is new stuff. Oh, yikes. Yikes, she needs real heals now. Yeah, sure, all I got on that is Cure 4. We might as well use it. early on in the game, I got an axe that was basically equivalent in use to another sword that I already had equipped. I think it was like 1 more point of damage, but significantly less hit rate. And I think at that point I made the decision, like, that's not worth it. And I think that's the closest we ever got to actually using one. Gotta admit, compared to the last couple of dungeons, I am feeling strong. Really? That's a scripted tile, but you just put sharks on it? I mean, it's weird to say that, like, sharks aren't a threatening enemy, but... Fine. Let me throw out this thing I just picked up. Oh, that's good, though. That can go to... Yeah, you die too much, honestly. It's crazy to me that the cap that you get in, like, the first or second town in the whole game is, like, the only headwear that most of your party can wear for the entire game. I mean, it literally is, it's cap and ribbon. Those are the headpieces. Whoa, hello! Decider, it looks like that was. I need to resize some of those alerts. Welcome in, we're underwater. I'm playing this game for the first time in, like, I don't know, I want to say 25 to 30 years? And because it has been so long, even though I have technically played this before, it may as well be a blind playthrough because I don't remember anything. But I do have a bunch of guides open on my other screen. Mostly, not to tell me where to go, but to tell me what spells and items don't work correctly. Because it turns out there's a lot of those. And I feel like that's a strong indication of how the adventure is going. Our last stream, this stream has been very smooth and very nice. The last one was the frustrating one where we went through the instant death ice cave of fuck you. So I'm very happy to be done with that. Now that we're all class changed and geared up a little better and things aren't casting instant death spells on me, I feel quite strong. You know, I really want to like 2. I know it gets a lot of flack because of its weird-ass leveling system, but, like, I genuinely like the idea of a system where, like, the skills that you use the most are the ones that level up the fastest. It's just, in practice, the idea of, like, yeah, you need to get your shit kicked in so that you can raise your max HP just doesn't work well. That being said, how was your experience with it? Hang on. You fight that one. You fight that one. I can imagine Pixel Remaster probably smooths a lot of rough spots out on these early games. For example, the half of the the fact that half of the magic in this game does not work as described, and the rest of it doesn't scale with the intelligence stat, so the intelligence stat is basically completely pointless. I can imagine those are things they might have wanted to... they may have wanted to, smooth those things out in the remaster, maybe. Just, you know, make things work the way they were intended to, and whatnot. You wouldn't know it from my username, but I am generally not a huge fan of Blind Wandering. So any sort of navigational assistance that I get that prevents that is welcome. Okay, I just did a big circle. Speaking of Blind Wandering. Yeah, see, exactly. That's not what I want. Okay. So there's not more to the right there. So we're going to come out of here and we're going to try to go... We basically went down before. We went down that way. So we'll go left and hopefully up somewhat. You would think that I would have bought the Pixel Remasters. Well, I mean, you may not because you just raided in and have just met me, but... People who know me would probably have thought that I would have bought the Pixel Remasters. I never did, and I don't have a good explanation as to why. I guess to some degree for a lot of those games, I've bought them so many times already, I didn't need, like, a new way to play them, necessarily. Like, they do seem good, though. I forgot to pure. Yeah, I was actually gonna say something along those lines. I try to be careful not to wax too poetic about, like, old system limitation bullshit and be like, that's how games are supposed to be. But there is a lot of this game that is built around, like, you have to fight shit all the time, and that's how you level up and get stronger. And some of that, like, rather than grinding, it's just from going around, and it also makes, like, I would say we're at the point now where most of these enemies are not a huge threat. Certainly certainly one thing that breaks the overall design of the game, is having these items that just, like, cast lightning and heal spells for free. Yeah, that does make it a lot easier to save your lightning and heal spells that are limited. Yeah, I thought so. Like, I've barely used any of these up to this point. Whereas under normal circumstances, I'd be half dead by this point, and I'd be like, oh shit, I don't know if I can do this. But the thing is, that's kind of a positive experience. Because when you get out of that shit alive, it feels really incredible instead of what it feels like right now, which is more or less a foregone conclusion. I'm gonna say that and get completely washed, aren't I? I'm actually really scared. I was like, oh, we're gonna beat this no problem, and now I'm like, this game has punished me for my hubris before. The Fiend's ball is shattered, evaporating all the water. Ho ho ho! How foolhardy to dare challenge me, Kraken, the Fiend of the Water. Yoshitaka Amano is so fucking good. Alright, let's use the real shit now. Rub would be hilarious. We're not gonna do it, but it would be really funny. Alright, that's a negligible amount of damage. I'm not scared of that yet. Hey, welcome back, Nova. We've released the Kraken. To be perfectly honest with you, it's been, no pun intended, because this is an underwater area, but pretty smooth sailing. It does somewhat strongly feel like the Cave of Ice and instant death bullshit was the high point of bullshit. Which is good, but also a little sad. It's... Okay, that's significant. Oh. Oh. I think the best way I can describe the experience that we have had so far today is we haven't touched the healing potions. Like, even once. Right, so, there was a dude in a town who was like, haha, I captured a fairy from the fountain and sold it to a desert caravan. And we were like, why was that bad? Link does that shit all the time. So then I went to the desert, found the caravan, perpetuated the slave trade by buying the fairy in the bottle for 50,000 gold, and then released it, and then it was like, here, you can breathe underwater now. And that's what the Oxyale is. However, what you may not have seen is Cube. We got this from a robot in a waterfall. We also got Slab, which is a Rosetta Stone. It straight up is the Rosetta Stone. I have a ton of money. Should I spend it on things? Oh yeah, that's right, these suck. I don't know how often I'll actually use it, but I'd rather have it than not. That's right, I couldn't really afford it, but they gave me a pretty steep discount. Did I fucking save? Okay, no, yeah, I did. Oh, we got the heal staff a long time ago, and I've been using it as, like, passive regen for, like, a stream and a half now. Why do you do poison? That gave me big Michigan flashbacks because I thought you said it was Euchre Night. I don't talk about Euchre with people from Michigan very often because I don't know how to play, and they always demand that I turn my M card back in when I admit that. Though, considering my current domicile, I think you could argue that I've already done that voluntarily. Go! Whoa, that was some stuttering. I thought it might be like Kefka's Tower, where you have to land at the top of it. This is where the caravan was with the ferry. So we went there and we bought a ferry. Oh, right. I want to be on the southern continent, actually. At least for a moment. Alright, someone here wants slab. Who wants to know? I love that guy. Wow, it's the Light Warriors. Are you the Light Warriors? You warriors are so awesome. I'm a farmer. Oh yeah, that guy was talking about an airship. Yeah, we've been through all that. You look like you might know shit about languages. Slab! This slab will lead us to solve the riddle of the Levinish. Now, listen to me. I'm going to teach you their entire language in about 5 seconds. Okay, it's done. Woo! I don't remember where this town is. Is it this one over here? Or is this the one? No, this is the one where I just... Because the waterfall's up here, right? Yeah. It's not that one. This is right. The game was really annoyed that it couldn't throw random encounters at me while I was on the airship. It was sitting back and waiting on that one. I did. That is... The Gator Pond is the thing that I remembered specifically. Oh. Oh, these are from, like, too much earlier in the game for me to be scared of this. Like, I don't even know why these are here. It is free health. You're not wrong. Zomble is fun. I'm always scared when I see an enemy in a Final Fantasy game that's Zom anything. Because the zombie status in 6 is so ruinous sometimes. Yeah, it totally is. I've seen a few of them a little earlier than this. But yeah. Three zombies and the Ultimate Warrior. Well, I had to try. I didn't really, but I wanted to. We are the Lefanish. Only our bravest became Sky Warriors. Your airship was theirs. That makes sense. So my experience with Zombie in 6 is that I went through the entire floating continent, did the entire did the whole mid-game transition, walked out into the desert outside Sid's hut, found a bone dragon, it zombied me immediately, and I hadn't saved yet, so I had to do the entire island again. At the time of destruction, a legend was born. In 400 years, warriors with orbs will appear to save our people. Are you? Light Warriors, the legend is true! For no reason in particular, I do wish that you could just learn an entire language in, like, 5 minutes like that. To be, like, completely fluent in it, too. Until 400 years ago, we controlled the power of the wind. This enabled us to suspend the castle in the air. 400 years ago, we had advanced civilization. Our interest was the universe. Sadly, we don't go to space for another game or two. Our last 5 warriors left to find the cause of the world's decay. We know they live, but as bats! Why do you know that? We knew that a great power controlled the fiends. Our 5 bravest warriors left, never to return. But I guess they're bats now. Floating Castle, our ancestors lived there. The Mirage Tower is the entrance. We fought with Tiamat, but we're unsuccessful. Tiamat? Tiamat, probably. The fiend now inhabits our floating castle. Don't worry, I got this. With this chime, you can enter the Mirage Tower, so the loot continues to not be useful at all. The one time we hit a thing and it's like, yeah, so you need music to get into that tower. And I'm like, oh, great. That loot that we got at the very beginning of the game is gonna finally be useful. And they're like, no. Here. Take this other musical thing. Oh. I felt like we were onto something. Ho ho! Give me Nuke. Hell yeah. Oh, I guess we can just... I would have liked it if there was an inn in town. But I'll just do this instead. I was the one who just earlier today was like... Damn, that doesn't make sense. Why would there be an inn in this town where nobody can visit? That shouldn't even be a thing. And then like 30 minutes later, I go to a town that nobody visits and it doesn't have an inn. And I'm like, where's the inn? Damn, even Black Mage is doing 100 damage on a regular attack? Yeah, that's correct. God, this town's too spread out. It takes too long to get everywhere. Oh my god, why is everything so close together? This is supposed to be a peaceful town. Why do they have a weapon shop? That's so stupid. Wait, this town doesn't sell armor. How am I supposed to gear up for the next place? There's no winning. Except for all of these random battles. Fuck it, let's try it. Have some fun. Live a little. It may have its uses. Where are the rest of the spells? The level 8 ones in particular. Were they in this town? No. No, they were not. They were... I'm going the wrong way, but I think this is correct. Yeah. I think they're in this town. Because there's 2 magic shops in this town. These ones are level 7s, and I think there's level 8s further up here somewhere. Yeah, it's that one. So I can afford all of 2 spells. And really not much else after that. And I think those are the 2. Level 86 costs 0. I like that. I like that. I wish that were true. Shit! Ribbon sells for 2. Fuck out of here. You know what? Sell the cap. No, you gotta keep that. It's your primary job. I guess we're selling the Opal Brace. It just isn't as good as the, It just plain and simply isn't as good as the Pro Ring. It just isn't. Are they as wildly important as they are in later FF games? No. What they are is, the second of 2 pieces of headwear wearable by half of the classes in the game. I'm selling this because it sucks. Yeah, so, basically, in, like, the first or second town in the game, we can buy a cap. And the cap is the only usable headwear for most people in the game. Until we started finding ribbons in boxes like an hour ago. So it is a slight upgrade to the headwear for all of the mages and the black belt. And with a, let me look this up. Let me look. It upgrades our damage absorption from 1 to 1. But the evasion percentage is 1% better. So it's better, you see. Oh! No! Actually, the game doesn't actually bother to tell you this at any point. But in fact, it is a proper Final Fantasy ribbon. It does, in fact, prevent status effects. It was not clear to me from the original chart because it doesn't have secondary effects listed, so I had to go down and actually look at it. But yes, in fact. So the answer then is yes, it is in fact as ridiculously important as it is in later Final Fantasy games. Considering... Yeah. This is a good one. Oh, I already don't like this. Not the bad man! Yo, Batman is awesome! I legitimately love this and I don't care who knows it. Yeah, this is one of the localization changes that I strongly approve of. Wow, that dropped a lot of cash. I don't know why I said bow wow. Sure, there'd just be houses in here. Yeah, that's good. Alright, so let me look real quick. Because this and another shield have, like, identical stats. But Aegis feels like the right one. Aegis? Aegis. The Aegis shield actually comes from Greek blah 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 blah. So this also nullifies. This also nullifies instant death spells. Which is just the same as what the other one does, but... I mean, the Pro Ring does that too, but... Whatever, it's fine. Money! Lots of money. Vorpal, I'm gonna say Blade? Vorpal is usually Blade. Okay, in terms of raw stats, it's worse. But does it cast something? No. There is a sword called the Bane Sword that casts Bane. Oh, hey, remember when these guys were bosses? Yeah, for whatever reason, this weapon has an even lower... The Vorpal sword has an even lower, like, regular hit rate than the sword that's just called Defense. More money, that one's empty. Interesting. Interesting. Very interesting. Would be the best helmet equipable by a ninja. However, what happens when we use it as an item? They cast heal. I don't know if I need two that do that, is the problem. The reality is, my armor slots are much more limited than my, My armor slots are much more limited than my weapon slots. Ineffective because of that shield. Actually, I think the Aegis shield protects against Petrify. But I don't think the Pro Ring does. I think the Pro Ring only defends against actual true death spells. Like Zap and XXXX. And Rub. Can't forget Rub. The whistles go woo. Why does that look like stereo equipment? I guess I might be. I do not have any memory of... Oh, shit. There's a lot going on in that art, and it's kind of difficult to make out all of what's there, but it is still very cool. Cremate is crazy! That is a... That is an absurd name for a spell! That's very intimidating. Oh. Just... What's the word for a pack of vampires? Would we call this like a haunt? A panel? Wait, the vampire tried to dazzle me? I thought we were a couple decades away from that. As much as we're having a good laugh about this, these guys are kind of doing significant damage to me. Ooh, a vein. Ooh, I like that. Damn, 10,000 off that fight. Confirmed, the Pro Ring does not stop Petrify. You know what's the really dumb thing? I can't use the soft in battle. We use the helmet just on principle. My favorite part is when they keep petrifying the one who knows the anti-petrify spell. And normally I'd be fine with that because that's just good strategy. But I know they're not doing that shit on purpose. What the fuck is this supposed to be? I've generally been complimentary of the enemy designs. This one is unclear to me. It kind of looks like a hunched over, like, robot or droid of some kind. Okay, so this is just a big outer walk to go backwards. Not really what I was going for. Nah, just keep regenning. We'll save the good spells for the final boss, which will die in 2 turns under a hail of fists. That's good. I like that for us. At this point, like... Did it. The mage is leveling up. All I'm really getting out of that is like, cool, maybe you can survive a little bit longer and get a couple more slots or a couple more casts on spells that I'll use once in a while. You know what would be a fun name for a group of vampires, actually? Now that I'm looking over at chat again? Actually calling it a consensus of vampires, I think would be pretty sick. Just feels right to me for some reason. I'm really enjoying the way that this game is going to throw endless reserves of money at me now that I have nothing left to spend it on. Damn, that... The Zeus Gauntlet continues to do work. Nice. Nice. Free. Holy shit, I don't trust this. Gonna open them anyway. Have we gotten a Mimic chest yet? Of course not. This feels kind of sacrilegious, but I think I'm gonna drop the opal helmet. Or I mean the heal helmet. It's that or the shield. Those are the only options. And I feel like this could be the last ribbon that we need. I'm never gonna use the shield. But I'm also never going to use 2 different healing items. That's not the ribbon. Work with me, mouse. Yeah, that's good. If this is correct, it is just a reduction of every kind of damage. Like fire, ice, lightning attacks reduce damage and also reduce damage from dragons. Which... Jesus. Okay, the Sun Sword then. It works on undead enemies, but not on this version because it's broken. However, it is actually a couple points better than our existing sword, so I'll equip it anyway. There's a house in that box. One of you has to be a ribbon, right? Tell me I can't hold anymore. If that does what I think it does, we might be able to get rid of the Zeus Gauntlet. I'm assuming... Oh, yeah! Oh, yeah! It's a straight weapon upgrade, and it casts Lightning too, which is the same thing that the Zeus Gauntlet does, so we can stop taking up a weapon slot with the Zeus Gauntlet. This is awesome. There was no weird trick to that room after all. Ow. You thought Cerberus was one dog with 3 heads. But that's different from Cerberus, which is 4 dogs with 1 head each. And honestly, shockingly weak fire spells. Yeah, White Mage has been rocking that silver hammer for like half the game, so I'm actually very happy to get an upgrade for that. Also, I don't expect it to do much, but just on principle, I do want to see what it's like for just straight damage if I just swing it. Oh, it's purple! The damage is bad. But I love that it's like... That's a really, like, vivid color purple. You should fight this one. Ono's escaped with the cube. He floated far to the west. Yeah, we're good on that. Oh, we need it here, I guess. Hey, hold on! Sakaguchi doesn't make this game for a lot longer. We're like 20 years out from this game existing. Ow. Whoo! Oh shit! Taking 212 in damage is harsh. Nothing here? I beg to differ. Wow, I don't remember this. I do not recall this part of this game at all. Or this music. It's the Bad Man! Damn, we do go to space! From 1, we go to space. I didn't think we would, but we do. Damn. That's really cool, actually. You know, it's not even that it really comes out of nowhere either. There's a bunch of people in town that are like, oh yeah, hundreds of years ago, there was like a highly advanced civilization. And I kind of just walked by them and was like, yeah, whatever, bro. I did get the cube from a robot. Another thing that I thought nothing of. This makes it incredibly laughable when people complain about, like... Okay, so this thing should be, like, completely non-threatening to us because the most dangerous thing that it does, we're all protected from. But watch it work anyway. Or it just not get a chance at all. Jesus. There's the Bane Sword. Pretty sure there's no way this is as good as the other stuff that we have, but I'll check it. It's way worse. But it does cast Bane, which probably will have no use to us. So people complain about 7 and 8 because it's like, man, I don't like that. I don't like Final Fantasy being sci-fi. They need to get back to their roots. Well, guys, gals, and non-binary pals, I present to you The Roots. It is a fringe opinion. It is a fringe opinion, but fringe opinions are often loud. And all I'm saying is that those loud fringe opinions are now extra hilarious and wrong. Just a single heal potion. Oh no, it's Evil Man! Fuck, this game rules! Let's use a heal. We're getting a little low. Didn't do shit. Go back to using your items because your regular skills are bullshit. I, for real, have no memory of this ever happening. This is actually so interesting to me. Yeah, man, who wants the enemy names to make sense? Boring. Might be our ribbon. I don't regret that for some reason, but I don't know why I would. You know what? Put that heal helmet right back in the box where we found it. Don't get me wrong, it's a good item. It's just a little late. Oh, this one's a little scary. I don't know what to expect out of the green Naga. Easy to dodge. Let's see if it dodges literally anything at all. I suspect that it will not. It sorta did, actually. It still got hit, but it got hit with less hits. You gotta actually try to hit me at some point, though. That's interesting. Oh, that's really interesting. So if you get hit with mute, it does not only stop you from casting spells, but also casting spells as they are attached to items. Oh man, it's time for Grey Medusa! Oh. Okay. I mean, I don't need a 5th pro ring. Unfortunately. For what purpose? Who is picking up a silver helmet right now and being like, oh yeah! I needed one of those. Good job, guys. You helped. I suppose at the same time, who the hell is picking up money at this point in the game being like, yeah! Used the wrong hammer. At this point, just throw it at him. I don't care. Ineffective. Ooh. Ooh, that makes the good sword. Someone mentioned it in an earlier town. Oh, it's the Dwarf Cave. They were like, I'll make you a kick-ass sword, but I need adamant. I used the wrong hammer again. I gotta get back to town and sell that silver hammer so I stop doing that. Nothing happened. Yeah, despite it having a really high chance death spell, the eyeball is maybe the least fuck you thing in the Cave of Fuck You. We will be dropping the silver helmet. That is an easy decision, thank you. Ooh, that's good too! Oh, who wears this? I think almost anybody. Okay, white shirt, white wizard. Oh, you already have it. Okay. And this is also usable. It casts something. Something defensive, like Invis or something? Yes. Inv 2. Yeah, that rules. That absolutely rules. And also, it's great because I never actually put a better ring on Rosa, so it's also just a straight armor upgrade. Perfect! I bet I know who that goes on. Okay, hang on. We're gonna go here, and we're gonna do this, and then we're gonna equip here, and we're gonna equip here. Yeah, right, of course. So the black shirt is now free ice too, whenever you want. Yeah, it's doing 24 damage absorption. With only -2 to evade percentage. It's actually not as good as the Opal Bracelet. And it's about equivalent to the Gold Bracelet, but it does have the added benefit of being able to cast things. So that's good. I don't think we're going to see a whole lot of difference. Well, actually, we'll see a huge difference for Rosa in terms of how much damage she's taking. Which makes a lot of sense. She was getting hit really hard, and I didn't entirely understand why, and now I kind of do. Yeah, now what she's taking damage that's more in line with that everyone else is taking. We are kind of getting to the point where, like... Cool. I don't entirely know... What are we meant to do with our actual spells? With every special spellcasty item we pick up, the actual spells being limited and all, become kind of less and less useful. We are gonna drop the heal helmet because the gold ring was too goddamn expensive for me to drop it now. Excellent. That makes the next choice very simple. Ribbon here. Equip. Status protected. Drop a cap. Opal shield will not end up probably being useful. I think I've already dropped one, but don't need to drop it right now, so we're not going to. Yeah, normally the reason to not lean on the item casting spells is because you would get a weaker version of it that doesn't scale. But nothing scales. So it doesn't matter. God damn it. Alright, drop the gold ring. I don't care. Whatever. I got 250,000 gold. I could even afford a bunch of those spells even if they cost what it looks like they cost. Yeah, I had seen elements of it early on, but it is appearing strongly as we get into the late game. And I feel it is quite fair to call this the late game. Oh, what the hell? You can look out over the world from this window. I don't think I want to do that, because I think you're telling me that I can just drop down to the earth and exit. But first of all, I don't want to do that, and second of all, I have a spell for that. Come on. Alright, what are we throwing out? Something with opals, I guess. Probably to get something else with opals. Or not. Oh. Oh, hold on. I think, from the looks of things, I believe this acts as a shield for a lot of classes that cannot otherwise equip a shield. Like the wizards. Oh no, the pro stands for protective. Yo, that rules, though! Yeah, okay, that's just a brand new piece of armor that I couldn't... I had nothing in that slot before, and now I have a cape. Great. Oh man, that would be doing poison, but it's not. Oh yeah, that makes sense. We're taking +2 cape of protection, but we've got like 7 or 8 letters, so it's pro cape. I like that they can't poison us. That's nice for me. Though admittedly, it does make the spell slot that I devoted to Pure kind of pointless at this point. But hell, given the way things are going, right now, all of the spell slots are pointless, so... who am I to complain? Cape was a translation of mantle. Those are similar enough things. They're similar enough things where there wasn't any strong need to actually translate it, but they're also, like... Actually, I don't really want these guys to stick around, so... The solution to this problem? I was right to be a little worried about this. They're not individually doing a lot of damage, but they are, like, over time, they are really piling it in. I picked the wrong element. Except against Medusa. Medusa really didn't like that. Alright, this should work. No? Okay, it sort of did. Hopefully that'll clean them up. Okay. Oh, that wasn't great. 7,000 gold I can't spend, though. I can't say for sure, but I don't think... Yeah, we know that. Okay, cool. I don't think it'll let me do that. God damn it, Punch Girl! Give me a second! What is this, a screensaver? Uh-oh. There's something about this I don't like. It's very Hades 2 uh-oh boss energy. Not if we don't let him. Now, there was that one room in the middle, and they were like, hey, this got a view of outside. And I feel like that was telling me that if I step in there, I will warp outside, like stepping out of the lab in Cinnabar Island. I like that we've hit the point where, like, even the mages have some decent... The mages have some decent weapons equipped. And armor. So they're definitely not quite as squishy as they were before. I think they should have kept the name Pro Mantle, but they should have abbreviated it Pro Man. That's awesome! For, I think, only the ninja and not any of our classes. Yep. Super Highlight. I think Super Highlight has a sci-fi twist, but it's in, like, the mid-game. I mean, that's fair, too. Oh, whatever. Damn, what are you guys not resistant to? I guess getting hit in the face. I want to say Phantasy Star, but Phantasy Star is pretty blatantly sci-fi from the get-go. It's literally in the title. So that definitely doesn't count. I have spent an amount of time sitting here thinking about if there are games with sci-fi, like fantasy games with sci-fi twists, and it's not Link. Crystallis does a sci-fi twist, but it's kind of late. Wait. I don't know why I assumed that the other ones were also just naturally magical. Nothing is scarier than Punch Girl. Yeah, I shudder to think what might have happened if it had gotten a turn, but luckily we didn't have to find out. I appreciate the philosophy on what different elementals should be. Because we got fire and earth elementals, and they were like little goblin creatures. And now we're getting into water and air elementals, and it's like, fuck it, it's a tornado. Like, Amano did two of the designs for elemental monsters and like clocked out. The first two were palette swaps of the same design. The last two were palette swaps of the same design. And the design is Tornado. Please tell me we're looping. Oh shit, that didn't kill it. I've become weirdly accustomed to everything dying on one touch. Especially when that touches a punch. Ow. It's feeling pretty Lost Woodsy in here. Nice. All right. Prediction time. Where's our money at? Last time we checked, it was, I believe, earlier in this dungeon, we were at 250,000. But it's been quite a while since then. That's about right. I can't imagine what we're going to spend that on. I also do not know how to get out of here, and I'd really like to. This feels a bit impossible. I guess now we're going to actually see what this does. Could be fun. Let's try it. Not that it matters. They're dazzling! Dazzle is almost certainly supposed to cast some sort of status effect that I am now immune to. And if I wasn't immune to it, I bet it would be really scary. You know what? Yeah. This is not elemental, so it's essentially Ultima. But as we are well aware, we don't have enough... spaces for Ultima. Does anyone have any ideas? My fear right now is that somebody in a town gives me a sequence of directions. And what the game wants me to do is just leave here, go back to town to learn that, and then come all the way back here. And game can fuck off if it thinks that I have that kind of time in my 40s. It's not the Lost Woods. So it's just really big? And maybe loops. That's so stupid! I mean, for all intents and purposes, it is a Lost Woods. Just a different flavor. I'm actually terrified of these sorcerers because they absolutely could just touch me and kill me. All of the power and equipment that we have gained. The Pro Ring protects against instant death spells, not touch of death. You little... I shouldn't be more mad at that, but I am more mad at that. So 1, 2... And then really left or right would do it. I think my favorite part is how you wouldn't actually know if you found the right spot. Actually, let me look at it again. Oh, the arrows actually point in the direction. So they do look very subtly different from one another. Oh, I hate it. Oh, I hate it. Who the fuck? Hold up, you have magic slots? Oh, I guess that makes sense. He'd be like Paladin. That's really funny. They don't look like... Hold on a second. Vivi got poisoned? But Vivi has a ribbon on. So I guess it's not prevention, it's just... somewhat protection. Oh, that's frightening. Boy, I hate the look of this a lot. I said before that I didn't really remember much about this part of the game. And that's mostly true. But I do have memories, perhaps from like watching playthroughs or even like a GDQ run or something like that, of this room specifically. I am bewaring so hard. Damn, I was hoping to get that heal in. I am somewhat aware of the idea that this room contains what essentially is a super boss. But instead of you having to go out of your way to fight it, it just kind of pops up randomly. Hello. Sometimes things want to poison you, and so they just kind of ignore the fact that they're not allowed to poison you. And they just do it anyway. You know what sucks too? It could be really fun. It could be a really fun and interesting thing. And all they would have to do is make the encounter something you can run away from. But taking that option away from you... Taking that option away from you makes it, like... just pain for no reason. I've come to really like the idea of like, oh shit, that you keep getting into this encounter and you can't win it, you have to run. You can't do anything to it. Or the cousin of that encounter type, you can technically do it, but it's really, really hard. So you should be running from it. Every tile? Goodness, you're doing a lot of damage. Of course there is air on every tile. You say that like we're not in space. Actually, we brought the air with us. It's the Oxy Ale. know why I thought they were undead. I really don't know why that's a thing that I thought. Oh, I don't like that. Motherfucker, they can still do it. Don't like that. I'm not gonna use these on anything else. It's been a minute since I had to do this. I wouldn't say I miss it, but there is something nostalgic about it. Boy, I sure am glad I loaded everybody up with items that prevent instant death and status effects so that I can walk through here and get fucking wrecked by instant death and status effects. Okay, we made it. I'm not gonna go back, like, searching for it, but... legitimately, I was kind of hoping for the War Mech. Lightning eruption of the Fiend's Ball, so you've come this far. I'm Tiamat, the Fiend of the Wind. Tiamat, the Fiend of the Wind, will put an end to your adventure. I forgot that's what you look like. No need to save this. Oh, it's single? Oh, interesting. Okay, in that case... Now I know what element to defend against. That wasn't very good. Oh, yeah. We should have started with that. For the first time, maybe in the entire game, anti-lightning actually becomes useful. It's a level 2 spell that I don't get to use until the last of the 4 fiends. I'm sure there were instances before this where I could have used it, but none that were obvious. Oh! Oh, you got a couple things. Fascinating. That's probably it. Well... I have been live for too long. I feel like we are in... I feel like we are in a great position to finish this next stream. However, the actual next stream is going to be a Kuso Grande match, so... we'll see how that all works out, and if I feel good about doing the match and maybe transitioning into finishing Final Fantasy afterwards. Yeah, I'm doing a round 3 match tomorrow. This is kind of eye-searing. Okay. I just looked at the Discord again. With that map. This game is so mean in so many different ways. I'm looking for raids, but you're all adults. Go do what you want. I'm yawning like it's late, but it's 2 in the afternoon, so I need to go grab some lunch and get to the rest. It's because it's cloudy and it's been rainy all week, so I got no motivation to do anything. I'll figure it out. Anyway, I will see you tomorrow for a Kuso match, and we'll either finish this tomorrow or probably the day after. I'm pretty sure with all 4 of the orbs being done, if I know the way this works, we're looking at like one big final dungeon and then we're good. I don't expect anyone to answer that. That's my assumption of how this is going to go. I think I even know where that dungeon is going to be. I have a suspicion.